Testing from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. Test 1, 2.
Have a single qualifier going to the gate. Red Dirt, Nellabella. Ladies Wish, Bugtown Nash, Jay's Little Spark, Unbridled Fury, Think Again. Here they come. Pacing into the first turn, and on the rail, Red Dirt Nellabella, the first one out. Ladies Wish is second, they're outside. Unbridled Fury comes third. Think Again, he's away fourth. Then in fifth, as they move on to the backstretch and race to the quarter mile, Jay's Little Spark, and then the trailer, Bugtown Nash. Arriving at the quarter, led by Red Dirt Nellabella, Kenny Murphy aboard. Quarter pole leading on Ladies Wish second, then the third one as they make their way around the turn, Unbridled Fury, 29 and 2 was the opening quarter. That's Think Again racing fourth, starting to move from the outside in fifth, Bugtown Nash, and at the rail, Jay's Little Spark is the trailer. The opening half mile is up and coming, and a Red Dirt Nellabella will get them halfway home. Ladies Wish in the 2-hole, Unbridled Fury third, advancing on the outside fourth. That is Bugtown Nash. Then in fifth, it's Think Again, and now the trailer, Jay's Little Spark. 1 minute and 1/5 was the half mile. Arriving at the 5/8, Red Dirt Nellabella continuing to lead Ladies Wish. Unbridled Fury is third. Fourth, Think Again. Bugtown Nash on the outside fifth, and the trailer, Jay's Little Spark. Off stride goes Bugtown Nash. They're at the three-quarter pole. Red Dirt Nellabella continuing to lead. Ladies Wish, that 2-hole ride. Unbridled Fury is third. The three-quarters up in 1:31 flat with an eighth of a mile left to go. Red Dirt Nellabella turning home. Ladies Wish is moved to the outside for the stretch drive. Think Again comes up the inside third. Unbridled Fury fourth. On the wire next, Red Dirt Nellabella. Think Again closing quickly up the inside to win. Think Again will win. Second, that's a Red Dirt Nellabella, and the third one is Ladies Wish. Time for the mile in 2:0, 1 and 3. Result of the qualifier, Red Dirt Nellabella was second. Mandy's Last Stand scratch. Ladies Wish third. Bugtown Nash sixth. Jay's Little Spark was fifth. Unbridled Fury fourth. Think Again the winner. 29 and 2, 1 minute 1. 131, 201 and 3. In review, 2 scratch 3, 6 5 4 1. Tom. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. We have 15 races on tap for you here tonight. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rocky Skierman, and welcome to the Race Day Live program here tonight at Red Shore Summerside. The feature race comes up in race number 14 tonight. 6 starters going behind the starting gate. Doc Awesome and Paul Angel on the rail. Hal McTermer, 2 with Corey McPherson. He's touring, leaves 3 with David Dowling. From 4 will be Sobel Attack and Kenny Murphy. Well Said Celeb is 5 with Adam Murner. And Braxton's Boy rounds out the field with Brady Sweet. Going to be a great card of harness racing here tonight at Red Shore Summerside. Don't forget to get in the aisle pick 5, races 1 through 5, with the low 15% takeout and a $2,000 guaranteed pool. That's presented by the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association. 2 super high 5s tonight, races 5 and 15. Also, don't forget about the late pick 4 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool, and that's on the last 4 races here tonight. We got some program and equipment changes for you here tonight. Let's go upstairs now for those with the man who's going to call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 4 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 19 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Derek Fallen. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, you'll go to race number 1. In the first race, number 7, Highlander, going from blind to open bridle. Next change, go to race number 5. In the 5th race, number 4, KD Overdrive, will go from a head pole to a line pole on the outside. Number 7, Sunseeker, has been scratched. Race 5, scratch number 7, Sunseeker. Next change, go to race number 8. In the 8th race, scratch number 5, Moonbound. Race 8, scratch the 5 entry, Moonbound. Next changes go to race number 13. In the 13th race, number 1, Love That Merrimont, going from blind to Swedish blind bridle, adding a Murphy blind on the inside. Number 2, Timberly Duke, going from blind to a telescopic bridle. Final change on tonight's program is in the final race. That's number 15 tonight. In the 15th race, number 2, J.J. Patrick. The driver will be Luke Armstrong. Race 15, number 2, J.J. Patrick. Luke Armstrong drives. That wraps up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. Parmitchell wickets open and selling. 6 o'clock is the opening post time. 25 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on a Tuesday night at Red Shore Summerside. 15 races on tap for you here tonight. Let's have a look at the 12th race. A good class of mares in here. 5 of them going behind the starting gate. Going Yard on the rail, newcomer. David Dowling will drive, was a winner here last week. Dakota Shadow 2 for Darren Crow. Roll with it, Darling 3 for Kenny Murphy. Plain Jane leaves 4 with Corey McPherson. And Redland Miss Pretty from post 5 with Paul Lanzo. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shore Summerside. If you can't join us live, make sure you tune in to Redshores.ca, our Red Shores YouTube channel, or at HPIBet.com. And if you have a look at our in-house monitors, our selections for tonight's opener, you'll see I'm going with a 192 in the opener. Backstretch Beat likes 193, and the classifier's choice is 913 in tonight's first race in 12 minutes.
Maiden Pacers for the first race on parade. Salisbury Gunner 1 is owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. Adam Werner trains and drives. Shill Hanover 2 owned by 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Oslo, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Angel. Arthur Idlam number 3 is owned by Gaston Idlam of Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Greg McGuinness. Ryan DeRoche drives. Twin Turbo Diesel wears number 4, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne Stewart. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. 5 Dusty Duke is owned by Norma Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan does the training, driven by David Dowling. Elm Grove Tux number 6, owned, trained, and driven by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. 7 is Highlander, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. 8 is Jack Ryan, owned and trained by Donald Sweet of O'Leary. Brody McPhee up. Number 9, Hawkish Deo, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. This is the start of the Isle Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Rocky Skirman and the top contenders are coming up next.
And just a note, in the first race, number 7, Highlander has an equipment change going from blind to open bridle. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And it is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Isle Pick 5. There's my top selection. That is the rail sitter, Salisbury Gunner. 3-year-old Black Bay Colt by Flameproof Hanover for Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. Adam Murner, the trainer and the driver. Last start at Charlottetown, May 31st. Left from post 3, finish 3. Race time 2:01 and 4. Closing it out in 29 and 4. 10th lifetime start. Still looking for that maiden win. Could be tonight. Salisbury Gunner with Adam Murner. Even money. And there we see the 9, Hawkish Deo, 4-year-old bay horse by McWicket. For Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet, the trainer and driver. Started here on June the 3rd from post 5. Finished 3rd, just beat a length and a quarter. Race time 2 minutes flat. Closing it out in 29 and 3. 5th lifetime start. They're all this season as well. For Hawkish Deo with Jacob Sweet in the back tier. Right now your current choice at 1-2. And there we see the 2, Shill Hanover, 3-year-old bay gelding by Betting Line for 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel, the trainer driver, raced here June the 3rd. Left from post 3, finished 9th. Race time 2:01 and 2. Closing quarter 29 and 3. Second start of the season's 7th career. Tonight for the 2, Shill Hanover with Paul Angel. Good odds, 16-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's opener. A field of 9 in here with Salisbury Gunner and Adam Murner at 6-5. Shill Hanover 2 and Paul Angel at 18-1. The 3, Arthur Idlam with Ryan DeRoche, 14-1. The 4 is Twin B Turbo Diesel with Kenny Murphy, 22-1. Dusty Duke will leave 5 with David Dowling at 26-1. Elm Grove Tux leaving 6 with Dana Sweet at 30-1. Highlander 7 with Brady Sweet at 20-1. Jack Ryan is 8 and Brody McPhee at 23-1. And the 9 still the current choice on the board. Hawkish Deo and Jacob Sweet at 4-5. That's a look at the field for tonight's first of 15. Strap in. Good luck with your selections. Got a birthday shout out tonight to my Uncle Kenny Baglow, celebrating his birthday today. So happy birthday to you, Uncle Ken. Hope you enjoy all the action here tonight from Red Shores as the first race has a field of 9. Lining up in behind the Red Shores starting gate. Let's head her upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Salzbrook Gunner, Shill Hanover, Arthur Idlam, Twin Turbo Diesel, Dusty Duke, Elm Grove, Tux Highlander, and Jack Ryan up front. The trailer Hockey's Dale, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Arthur Idlam with the first call. Salzbrook Gunner along the rail, third into the turn. That's Dusty Duke. Up the rail, fourth. That's Hockey's Dale. Round the turn, fifth is Shill Hanover. Six is Elm Grove Tux. Then in seventh, Twin Turbo Diesel. Highlander eighth, and on the outside, ninth, Jack Ryan. Their quarter pole bound, led by Salzbrook Gunner for Adam Murner by 2. Arthur Idlam goes second. Hockey's Dale got away third. Then in fourth, that's Dusty Duke. Fifth on the cones is Shill Hanover. They're opening quarters up in 29 seconds flat. Racing from 6 is Elm Grove Tux. Then in seventh, that's Twin Turbo Diesel. Eighth is Highlander, and ninth, that is Jack Ryan. Down the stretch they come, and the opening half mile comes next. Salzbrook, Gunner, and Murner halfway home in the opener. 2-hole ride to Arthur Idlam. Moving on the outside to pick up third. Dusty Duke underway. Fourth, that is Hockey's Dale. Shill Hanover fifth. Twin Turbo Diesel is sixth. Elm Grove Tux seventh. Highlander eighth. Jack Ryan ninth. 59. And 1 was the half mile. On the front end, a little fancy stepping on the front with Salzbrook Gunner. He'll take him to the back stretch and to go to 3/4, and he's widening the lead now by 3. Arthur Idlam is second. Stalling on the outside, third. Dusty Duke. Fourth is Hockey's Dale. Up the inside, Shill Hanover fifth. Twin Turbo Diesel 6. 1:28 and 4. The 3/4 time, just an eighth of a mile out. And Salzbrook Gunner looking to take them all the way in tonight's opener. Second is Arthur Idlam. Then in third, Hockey's Dale. Deep stretch now, and Salzbrook Gunner will take Adam Murner on top at every call. Second is Arthur Idlam. Third goes to Hockey's Dale, and the time for the mile in 1:58 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. Field of 9. Salzbrook Gunner left on the rail. Adam Murner sent him right down the road tonight. 29 seconds, the half in 59-1. Down to 3/4 in 1:28-4. And here is the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media. Close up here of Salzbrook Gunner getting his maiden victory tonight of 1:58 flat. Good mile for this 3-year-old colt by Flameproof Hanover with Adam Murner in the bike. In for second is the 3, Arthur Idlam. Hawkish Deo in there for third, so it's 1:39. Unofficially in the opener, we're going to see Salzbrook Gunner and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winter Circle next.
There's Salzbrook Gunner going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winter Circle in tonight's opener. Bay-facing Colt 3 by Flameproof Hanover. Off the Jeremy's Jet Dam, Katie's Jet, owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford, bred by Norman Hall of Charlottetown. Trained and driven to victory by Adam Murner. The colt on top at every call to a maiden record tonight of 1:58. Salzbrook Gunner in tonight's opener.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the first race: Salzbrook Gunner the winner, Shill Hanover fourth, Arthur Idlam was second, Twin Turbo Diesel finished sixth, Dusty Duke fifth, Elmgrove Tux was eighth, Highlander finished seventh, Jack Ryan was ninth, Hockey's Deo finished third. The fractions went 29, 59 and 1, 128 and 4, the mile 158. In review, 142, 658, 793. Salzbrook Gunner paid $3.90 to win. The exactor was $17.20, the triactor $43.90, and the superfecta $17.81.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores, Summerside and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race, field of 6 in here. I'm going with a 1-2-3, backstretch beat legs 2-4-3, and the classifier's choices 1-2-4 in tonight's second race in 7 minutes.
$5,000 claiming Pacer second race parade. Number 1, Harlequin Romance has 1 claim entered. There is a claim entered on Harlequin Romance. Mark Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, the owner. Corey McPherson, training and driving. 2, Run for the Money, is owned by Scott Green of North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia. Jeff Lilly of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay. Adam Murner drives. 3 is Salisbrook Pico, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee aboard. 4, Starships Alicia has Paul Langell driving for owner-trainer Kyle Williams, Coleman. 5 is Hemingway, owned and trained by Abby Clough of Cornwall, tonight driven by Jeremy Baker. 6 is Starship SLX, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts, Ryan Darage in the Soki. 4 minutes wagering time on tonight's second race. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky with details on HPI offers for Tuesdays in June at Red Shores, Summerside.
Thank you, Vance. HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back for Tuesdays in June at Red Shore Summerside. HPI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. Prince County Horsemen's Club 2025 memberships are now due. They can be purchased at the Wynn Place and Show Canteen located in the paddock, as well as the souvenir booth located at the north end of the grandstand. In order to be eligible for awards, you must have your membership paid by August the 31st. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Field of 6 in here. There is a look at the rail sitter, Harlequin Romance, 5-year-old bay mare by He's Watching for Mark Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson is the trainer and driver. Started at Charlottetown June the 5th. Had the rail, finished second, just beat by half a length. Race timed 1:57.2. Closed it out in 29.3. She's on the rail tonight. She can leave like a freight train. Harlequin Romance and Corey McPherson, 2-1. Here's a look at the 2. Run for the Money. 5-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer for Scott Green of North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia. Jeff Lilly of Charlottetown. Chris McKay, the trainer. Adam Murner looks to go back-to-back and double up tonight. Last start was here on June the 3rd. Left from post 6, finished 4th. Race timed 1:57.3. Closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Looking for her 9th career win. Run for the Money. Adam Murner at even money. And there we see the 3. Salisbrook Pika, 4-year-old bay mare by Malicious for David Kennedy of Charlottetown, Ian Smith of Stratford, Tommy Weatherby trains, and Brody McPhee will do the driving. Started here on June the 3rd, left from post 6. Wire-to-wire winner by half a length, 1:59.4. Closed it out in 30-1 for Brody McPhee. That was her 7th lifetime win. Salisbrook Pika and Brody McPhee leave 3 tonight. Good odds, 12-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's second race. $5,000 claimer. Field of 6. Harlequin Romance on the rail with the claim entered at even money, your current choice on the board. Run for the Money 2 and Adam Murner at 7-5. Salisbrook Pika 3 and Brody McPhee at 12-1. Starships Alicia, Elise 4 and Paul Angel at 2-1. Hemingway 5 and Jeremy Baker with all 9s on the board, and the 6 Starships SLX. Ryan Darash, 31-1. That's the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's second race. Field of 6, $5,000 claimers lining up on the starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Harlequin Romance, Run for the Money, Salisbrook Pika, Starships Alicia, Hemingway, and Starship SLX, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Harlequin Romance will lead them out. Second is Run for the Money. Third one to the turn, Salisbrook Pika to get away fourth. That is Starships Alicia. Then fifth belongs to Hemingway in the early trailer. Starship SLX programmed order start. They turn to the backstretch with the claim entered on the fraction center. Harlequin Romance and Corey McPherson. Second, that's Run for the Money. Salisbrook Pika along the inside goes third. Away fourth, that is Starships Alicia. Fifth is Hemingway. Trailing the field, Starship SLX. Straight alignment off a 30-second flat opening quarter mile. They're on the paddock turn for the first time at the 3/8. They're led by Harlequin Romance. Racing from second, Run for the Money. Coming out of the turn third, that is Salisbrook Pika. On the move on the outside and going wide fourth, Starships Alicia. Moving up into fifth is Starship SLX. SLX. Hemingway made a rare break and is now the trailer. On by the opening half mile, that's Harlequin Romance continuing to lead. Here's Starship's Alicia second, the half mile in a minute. And 3 in the pocket and racing from third. That's Run for the Money. Right with the leaders fourth. Salzburg Pika. Fifth is Starship SLX. Hemingway in the backfield. New leader on the outside going to 3/4. Starship's Alicia has the lead. In at the rails, second Harlequin Romance. There goes Run for the Money, making her move to the outside third. 3/4 tripped, and they're on by that station. And they're going to the 7/8 on the lead. Starship's Alicia. There's the 3/4, 129 and 3, and they're homeward bound now. Starship's Alicia. Run for the Money. Salzburg Pika coming on the far outside. On the wire next. It's an Adam Murder Daily Double. Run for the Money got there. Salzburg Pika second. Starship's Alicia third. They stopped the clock here in the $5,000 claiming class. Time for the mile in 1:58.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Harlequin Romance goes to the front, 30 the half in a minute 3/5. Down to the 3/4 in 1:29 and 3. Starship's Alicia took over, but here's the stretch drive. We see Run for the Money. Starship's Alicia, Harlequin Romance down along the rail on the far outside. You can't see. That is Brody McPhee and his mount in here. That's Salzburg Peak on the far outside, but Run for the Money is going to get up to get this one in 1:58 and 4. Up for second, that is the 3, Salzburg Pika. In for third, Starship's Alicia. So it's 2, 3, 4 unofficially in tonight's second race. We'll see Run for the Money. And Murner doubles up tonight. They're heading to the winner's circle next.
Well, we just watched an Adam Murner Daily Double on this Tuesday night here in Summerside. Run for the Money will take him to the winner's circle here in the second. Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Sports Rider off the Better's Delight Dam, Pia Hanover. Owned by Scott Green, North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia. Jeff Lilly of Charlottetown, bred by Scott Green. Trained by Chris McKay. Adam Murner with the Daily Double win. 1:58 and 4. Run for the Money in the second.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now, the official results from the second race, Harlequin Romance finished fourth and was claimed by Barry Bigger of Summerside for $6,000. Run for the Money, the winner. Salzburg Pika was second. Starship's Alicia finished third. Hemingway was sixth. Starship SLX finished fifth. The fractions were 30, 1 minute 3, 129 and 3, and the mile in 158 and 4. In review, it's 412-365. Harlequin Romance claimed by Barry Bigger Summerside. Run for the Money paid $640. The exactor $66.30. The triactor $373.50. Superfecta returning $30.18, and that Adam Werner Daily Double valued at $23.60.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside on a Tuesday night. 2 races in the books. HPI PEI Rewards. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI PEI Rewards for Prince Edward Island customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown, live racing, and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI Rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's third race, field of 7. I'm going with a 6.75 in here. Backstretch beat likes 6.35. Classifier's choice is 6.53. In tonight's third race in 7 minutes.
RT Whistling Willie on the third race parade, owned by Reg Ferguson, Brennan Crow, Wayne McDonald, and Aline Farrell. Darren Crow training and driving. Louis the Great, 2, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie does the training with Corey McPherson aboard. Sword from the Stone, number 3, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman, Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach. Donald Sweet is the trainer. David Dowling drives. For Brookdale, J. Mack is owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 5 is Almost Davis, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran. Brody McPhee catch drives. Six is Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy. Shane's Dream, number 7, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirman, and Shane Essen, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. A special thank you to Warren Ellis and Summerside Chrysler Dodge, title sponsor of Governor's Plate 57.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Menelo on top. Menelo wins the Governor's Plate.
Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate.
Walter Simmons, it's your time. Ultimate Fire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
And that'll be here before we know it, folks. Let's head up to the track for tonight's third race. Field of 7, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering. Landing on the 6th, Little Leroy in here. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Source of Pride. For Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and BMD Memorial Stable. Joe Baxter, the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. This horse has been ultra consistent this season, as he was last season. But this season, on May the 19th, from post 5, wire-to-wire winner by 3.5 lengths in 155-1. Closed it out 28-2 for Kenny Murphy. Followed that up May the 25th, PI Colt Stake Gold Division. Left on the rail. Finished second, race timed 155-1, closed it out 27-3. That was the Graduate Series Gold Division for Little Leroy. Post 6 tonight. Kenny Murphy in the bike. Your current choice, 1-2. And there's a look at the 7, Shane's Dream. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Source of Pride for Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirman, and Shane Essen. Adam Murner looks to triple up tonight. He's won the first 2. Last start was in Charlottetown, May the 29th, in the PEI Grassroots Division of the Graduate Series. Left from post 3, finished 4th. Race time 157-4, 28-3 on the end of it. The start before that at Charlottetown, May the 17th, left from 7, was a winner by a length in 157-2. Closed it out in 28 seconds flat. 3 wins last season from 22 tries. Over $14,000 in the bank on the 7, Shane's Dream. Adam Murner at 4-1. Go back to Little Leroy for a second. Last season had 3 wins from 14 tries, over $34,000 in the bank, and a record at Charlottetown of 154-4. And that was Little Leroy, 3-5 in the board. And there's Almost Amos, 4-year-old bay horse by All Bets Off for Darla McCachran and Zoe McCachran. Dwayne McCachran trains. Brody McPhee gets the call to drive tonight. Started here June the 3rd, left from post 3 and finished second. 155-4, 28-3 on the end of it. 2 wins last season from 12 tries, 158 flat record taken right here at Summerside. He was a winner May the 19th opening day here. Left from post 4 was a winner by length and a half in 2 minutes flat, 30 seconds flat for Corey McPherson on the end of it. Almost Amos, post 5 with Brody McPhee, 4-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's third race. Field of 7, RT Whistling Willie on the rail and Darren Crow at 22-1 on your screen right now. Louis the Great 2 and Corey McPherson at 19-1. Sword from the Stone is 3 and David Dowling at 9-2. Brookdale J. Mack leaves 4 with Paul Angel at 52-1. The 5 Almost Amos and Brody McPhee at 5-1. Little Leroy leaves 6 and Kenny Murphy at 2-5. Your current choice on the board. And the 7 Shane's Dream and Adam Murner at 4-1. That's the field for tonight's third race. Get in the action here tonight. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's third race. We have a field of 7 lining up in behind the Red Shores starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
RT Whistling Willie. Louis the Great, Sword from the Stone. Brookdale J. Mack, Almost Amos. Little Leroy, Shane's Dream. Top of the stretch. Third race. Ready for start. The rough and pacing Almost Amos, Sword from the Stone, leave out up the rail. RT Whistling Willie, the third one to the turn. Little Leroy on the outside 4th. To get away 5th, Louis the Great. Then 6th is Brookdale J. Mack. The trailer, that's Shane's Dream. On the backstretch they go. And up front, Almost Amos. His lead is going to be short-lived. Here comes a 1-9 chalk. Little Leroy and Kenny Murphy, they take over the lead. Almost Amos now second. All alone in third. Sword from the Stone, gapped out 4th. RT Whistling Willie then in 5th. That's Louis the Great. Brookdale J. Mack is 6th. And the trailer, Shane's Dream, 28-4 was the opening quarter. Around the paddock turn for time 1. Up front, that's Little Leroy now the fraction center. Racing from second is Almost Amos. Third, that is Sword from the Stone. RT Whistling Willie continues 4th. Louis the Great in 5th. Brookdale J. Mack is 6th. And the trailer, that is Shane's Dream 7th. Straight alignment off an opening half mile of 58-2. Midway around the clubhouse turn. They're going to the 5/8. Little Leroy getting him there. Off stride goes RT. Whistling Willie. That put confusion in the backfield. Up the backstretch they go and starting to widen the lead late. That's Little Leroy by 4 open. Almost Amos giving chase. Third from the stone third. Then in fourth, that's Louis the Great. Fifth is Shane's Dream. Sixth, Brookdale J. Mac. RT Whistling Willie trails 1:27 flat. Down at 3/4 with an 8th left to go. It's all over, and I mean all over here. Little Leroy a commanding open lengths here. Little Leroy at 1-9 for Kenny Murphy will deliver. Battle on for the deuce. Almost Amos hangs on to second. Closing in third, Louis the Great. But the talk of the third, it's Little Leroy. 1:54.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. We saw Little Leroy clear up to the lead going to the quarter in 28.4. Set down the fractions, 58.2 to the half, down to 3/4 in 1:27 flat. Here is a great shot by Universal Media. You're seeing Little Leroy destroy the field here tonight in 1:54.4, right to his record. Little Leroy for Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Great winning trip here tonight. Congratulations. And to driver Kenny Murphy with a great drive. In for second at 5, Almost Amos. Louis the Great third, 6.52 unofficially in tonight's third race. And we'll see Little Leroy and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner Circle next. And don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Lynn is up here right now in the Oval. First call 50-50. And a thank you to Stephen Arsenault and Island Hemp Services for co-sponsoring our 50-50.
Little Leroy on his way to the third race winner's circle. By facing Gowling, the 4-year-old son of Source of Pride is off the Art Major Dam. Coral Hanover. Oma Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Bred by Eldred Nicholson, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy guides him to victory and right to his record tonight, 1:54.4. Excellent trip. Little Leroy delivers in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the third race, RT Whistling Willie was 7th, Louis the Great 3rd, Sword from the Stone 4th, Brookdale J. Mack was 6th, Almost Aimless finished 2nd, Little Leroy, the race winner. Shane's Dream was 5th, fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 127, and the mile 150, 4 and 4. In review 734. 6215. Little Leroy 210. Exactor $7, Triactor $25, Superfecta 802.
Red Shores Racing is a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High Fives, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And there's the selections on the screen for tonight's fourth race. I'm going 1-2-7. Backstretch beat likes 1-5-3. Classifier's choices 1-5-2 in tonight's fourth race in 3 minutes.
Coast to Coast Shark on the fourth race parade, owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace, Brady Sweet driving. 2 is Elm Grove Quest, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones. Kenny Murphy drives. Big Bad Bruiser number 3, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat tonight for owner-trainer Neil Bambrick, Charlottetown. 4th Century Invictus, owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside, trained by Nick Oakes. Norris Rogers drives. 5 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training, driven by Brett LeBlanc. Acrobat Hanover number 6, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained and driven by Taylor Doyle. Stealing Bases number 7, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Jackie Matheson, David Dowling. Number 8 is Well Did, owned by the Well Did stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel trains and drives. 1 minute. 2 post time. Just a friendly reminder for players, the Red Shores Super High Five comes up in race number 5, and it's back in the 15th tonight.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Field of 8 in here, landing on the rail sitter, Coast to Coast Shark. 12-year-old bay gelding by Coast to Coast Yankee for Shirley Wallace of Alberton, who's also the breeder. Jeff Wallace is the trainer with Brady Sweet in the driver's seat. Started here last Tuesday night from the rail. Finished third, just beat a length. Race timed 1:56 flat. Closed it out in 30-2. He likes to leave. This horse had a win last season, 155-3. New record taken right here at Summerside. He's got 21 lifetime wins. Coast to Coast Shark and Brady Sweet on the rail, 1-9. And there's a look at the 2, Elm Grove Quest. 6-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan trains. Kenny Murphy in the bike looking to go back-to-back tonight for the double. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 3, finished 5th. Race time 1:58 flat, 29-3 on the end of it. Paul Angel was in the bike. 4 wins last season from 25 tries, 1:59-4, season's best at Woodstock. Elm Grove Quest, post 2, Kenny Murphy aboard, 5-1. And there we see the 7, Stealing Basis, 7-year-old brown mare by Roddy's Bags again for Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. His nephew, Jackie Matheson, is the trainer with David Dowling in the driver's seat. Started at Charlottetown June the 5th. Left from post 3, finished 4th. Race time 1:58 flat, 28-4 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was in the bike, 3 wins last season. I believe she got them all right here in Summerside. 155 and 3 season's best here at Summerside for sure. Stealing basis, leave 7 tonight with David Dowling, 13-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 4th race. Field of 8 with Coast to Coast Shark on the rail with Brady Sweet at 1-4. Elm Grove Quest 2 and Kenny Murphy at 5-1. Big Bad Bruiser 3, Corey McPherson at 5-1. Century Invictus 4 and Norris Rogers, all 9s on the board. Starship Zodiac leaves 5 with Brett LeBlanc at 9-1. Acrobat Hanover the 6 and Taylor Doyle at 19-1. Stealing Basis, David Dowling at 13-1. And the 8, Well Did with Paul Angel at 48-1. That's the field for tonight's 4th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 4th race of Field of 8. Lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, we got a special birthday celebration going on at the Rock over at St. John's, Newfoundland. Eddie Hearn celebrates 82 this night. He's a big-time follower of Red Shores Summerside. So Eddie over in St. John's, Newfoundland, happy 82nd. Good to have you aboard. Here's the 4th at Summerside. Post time. Rough and pacing Century Invictus leaving out Coast to Coast Shark at the rail between them. Elm Grove Quest 3rd to the turn. To get away 4th, Big Bad Bruiser. Coming up 5th is Starship Zodiac. Then in 6th towards the rail, Acrobat Hanover. Stealing Bases 7th. And the trailer, that is Well Did. Up the backstretch they go to the quarter. Coast to Coast Shark, the heavy favorite on the engine for Brady Sweet. 2nd, that's Elm Grove Quest. Century Invictus found a friend to drop in 3rd. The friend was Big Bad Bruiser 4th. Then in 5th, Starship Zodiac. Acrobat Hanover 6th. 7th, that is Stealing Bases. And the trailer Well Did. 29 and a 1/5 was the quarter. They're in straight alignment as they come off the paddock turn for the first time on route towards the half mile. Led by Coast to Coast Shark. 2-hole ride is Elm Grove Quest. Century Invictus 3rd. Now starting the outer flow from 4th. Big Bad Bruiser underway, following out. That is Starship Zodiac. Up the rail, Stealing Bases 6. Acrobat Hanover 7th. He's 3rd over. And the trailer, Well Did, 59 and 2 was the opening half mile. 3/8 of a mile to go. Coast to Coast Shark will take him to 3/4. Elm Grove Quest the 2nd. 3rd on the outside is Big Bad Bruiser. 4th at the rail, Century Invictus. In between horses, 5th. Starship Zodiac out 3 wide 6. Acrobat Hanover. Stealing Bases 7th. And the trailer, Well Did. The 3/4 in 1. 28 and 3 at the 7/8. The leader by 2. Coast to Coast Shark, and he's headed down the home stretch, looking to close it out. Elm Grove Quest 2nd. Big Bad Bruiser 3rd. Coast to Coast Shark all the way for Brady Sweet. Big Bad Bruiser in for 2nd. Elm Grove Quest will finish 3rd. And the time for the mile in 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race, Coast to Coast Shark. He's 12 years old. Wow, that's hard to believe. He goes right down the road tonight from the rail. 29-1, the half up, 59-2. Down to 3/4 in 128-3. And Brady Sweet just sitting chilly in the bike here tonight. He wins it in 157-1. Great shot by Universal Media as Coast to Coast Shark comes through the stretch to the wire here. In for second, Big Bad Bruiser. Big effort tonight. Elm Grove Quest in there for third. So it's 1-3-2 unofficially in tonight's fourth race. We're going to see Coast to Coast Shark and Brady Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
He's one of those ageless wonders from Alberton. He's given breeder owner Shirley Wallace a lot of thrills over the year. Here's his latest one on this Tuesday night here in Summerside. Coast to Coast Shark in the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 12 by Coast to Coast Yankee. Off the cams, Card Shark Dam, Sassy Little Shark. Shirley Wallace of Alberton is the owner and the breeder. Jeff Wallace trains. Brady Sweet put him on top at every call tonight in 157-1. Coast to Coast Shark does it again at Summerside.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Racetrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in the fourth race. Coast to Coast Shark, the race winner. Elm Grove Quest was third. Big Bad Bruiser second. Century Invictus fifth. Starship Zodiac finished fourth. Acrobat Hanover was seventh. Stealing Bases sixth. Well Did finished eighth. The fractions of 29-1. 59-2. 128-3. The mile in 157-1. In review, 132, 5, 4, 7, 6, 8. Coast to Coast Shark 230. Exactor $5.80, Triactor $13, Superfecta $3.52.
Got a birthday wish going out tonight to Ashton Wynn, celebrating his 21st birthday with us here tonight. I remember Ashton when he was a kid going to Amherst Cove when I worked there many years ago. So happy birthday, Ashton. I hope you enjoy your night here at the races. Join us for lunch at the West End Bar and Grill, located in the lower level of Red Shore, Summerside. The West End Bar and Grill features delicious daily specials, including favorites, fish and chips, and Southwest chicken wrap. For more information and to check out the menu, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 5th race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm going 5-2-1 in here. Backstretch beat likes 5-2-3. And the classifier's choices 5-2-6 in tonight's 5th race in 6 minutes.
Fifth race on parade. Crosscut the 1 is owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy. Miles Heffernan drives. 2 Melody Maker, owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, Ryan DeRoche. 3 Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. 4 Katie Overdrive, owned by Steve Mason of Quiz Pam Sis and Kyle Mason of Moncton, New Brunswick, Kyle training and driving. Woodmere Ideal Art wears 5, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifboy Melanson, Kenny Murphy drives. Legendary Ron number 6, owned by Noah Oakes of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. 7 Sunseeker has been scratched. 8 is Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quizbam Citizen New Brunswick, trained by Ricky Armstrong. Brady Sweet drives. 1 minute to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Tuesday night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Rock in the 5th. I'm on to the 2 Melody Maker. Going to look for him to show some form that he showed us here a couple of years ago when he was a 13-time winner and a Horse of the Year, and he won in 53 and change. Had a good trip his last time around. Got 2 starts under his belt. Going to use him on top. Going to go to the 5 Woodmere Ideal Art. He's another ageless wonder here in the East Coast. Just one of them nice little race horses every barn would like to have. Going to go to the 1 Crosscut on position on the starting gate for 3rd. Then going to go to the far outside, Majestic Mason for 4th, and close it out with KD Overdrive. 2, 5, 1, 8, 4 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
Well, I'm going with the 5, Woodmere Ideal Art. I say he can bust the gate. I expect him to possibly be on the front, but you know, Vance, I almost went with the 2 as well. He showed some of that form that he showed a couple of years ago last week when 157-1, so I did almost pick him to win this. For 2nd, I'm going with the 2, Melody Maker. For 3rd, the 1 Crosscut with Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike tonight. For 4th, I'll go with the 3 Hunger Pangs, first start off the bench tonight, and to round it out with the 8 Majestic Mason. So I'm going 5, 2, 1, 3, 8. Vance likes 2, 5, 1, 8, 4. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Another reminder that Prince County Horsemen's Club 2025 memberships are now due. They can be purchased at the Wynn Place and Show Canteen located in the paddock, as well as the souvenir booth located at the north end of the grandstand. In order to be eligible for awards, you must have your membership paid by August 31st. And another thank you to Stephen Arsenault and Island Hemp Services for co-sponsoring our 50-50. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 5th race. Exactor 20-cent Super High 5. Triactor Win Place and Show. Scratch the 7 Sunseeker. Number 4 KD Overdrive has an equipment change in this one from a head pole to a line pole on the outside. Crosscut on the rail for Miles Heffernan Sr. at 2-1. The 2 Melody Maker and Ryan DeRoche at 3-1. Hunger Pains 3 for Corey McPherson at 5-1. KD Overdrive is the 4 and Kyle Mason, all now 87-1 on the board. The 5 Woodmere Ideal Art. Kenny Murphy in the bike looks for a double tonight. They're at even money, your current favorite. 6 Legendary Ron for Norris Rogers at 9-1. Sunseeker is scratched, and the 8 Majestic Mason and Brady Sweet 17-1. That's the field for tonight's 5th race, Super High 5. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fifth race. Scratch down to a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Red Shores starting gate starter Justin Darash, driver Scotty McKendrick. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Crosscut, Melody Maker, Hunger Pangs, KD Overdrive, Woodmere Ideal Art, Legendary Run, Majestic Mason, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Hunger Pangs leaving out. Melanie Maker cross-cut at the rail, joining them on the outside to go 4 wide. Woodmere Ideal Art with a host of levers here in the super high 5, and the farthest one out, Woodmere Ideal Art for the lead. Melody Maker on the outside, second at the rail, cross-cut third, then in fourth, that's Hunger Pangs. Fifth, that's Katie Overdrive. In sixth, along the inside, Legendary Run, then the trailer seventh, Majestic Mason on by the first quarter mile. Now the leaders are Woodmere Ideal Art and Kenny Murphy off a 28 and 2 opener. Second is Crosscut around the turn. Third, Melody Maker. Hunger Pangs as fourth. Racing from fifth is Katie Overdrive. Sixth is Legendary Ron and the trailer. Seventh is Majestic Mason. Straight alignment at the opening half mile, led by Woodmere Ideal Art. He's got him halfway home. Second is Crosscut. Then in third, Melody Maker. There goes Hunger Pangs, tipping to the outside. Fourth, 58 and 4 was the half. Fifth is KD Overdrive. Majestic Mason takes over 6, and now the trailer, Legendary Ron to the backstretch for time 2. They chase Woodmere Ideal Art at 3/4. Second is Crosscut from the outside. Hunger Pangs is picked up third. Melody Maker along the rail with nowhere to go. Fourth, coming fifth is Majestic Mason. Back to 6 is KD Overdrive and the trailer, Legendary Ron. 1:28 and 3 over to 3/4. Shade more than an 8 left to go. Woodmere Ideal Art turning home. Crosscut coming to the outside. Melody Maker on the far outside third. They're in deep stretch now. Woodmere Ideal Art almost there. Woodmere Ideal Art will double up Kenny Murphy. Second, that's Crosscut. Third is Melody Maker. And the time for the mile in 1:57.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Woodmere Ideal Art 4 wide, heading to the front around the turn. Gets to the front, 28-2, the half, 58 and 4. Down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 3. And here's the stretch drive. Crosscut on the outside, Woodmere Ideal Art along the rail. You can see KD Overdrive there as well. But Woodmere Ideal Art's going to win this one. That's his 43rd lifetime win, first one of the season in 1:57 and 3. Good mile here tonight. Kenny Murphy doubles up in the bike. Crosscut in there for second. Melody Maker is third. So we got a 5-1-2 triactor here, unofficial in the fifth. We're going to see Woodmere Ideal Art and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winter Circle next.
Woodmere Ideal Art on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in the fifth. Bay pacing gelding 10 years, the son of Articulator, is off the Western Ideal Dam, Very Ideal Hanover. Over the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, bred by Woodmere Farms at Marshfield. Trained by Chiffoy Malance and Kenny Murphy's second winner on the night for the double. The miles in 157 and 3. Woodmere Ideal Art delivers in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in race 5, Cross Cup was second, Melody Maker third, Hunger Pangs sixth, Katie Overdrive fourth, Woodmere Ideal Art the race winner, Legendary Ron was seventh, Sunseeker was scratched, Majestic Mason finished fifth, the fractions of 28 and 2, 58 and 4, 128 and 3, and the mile 157 and 3. From the top, your program reads 236-417, scratch 5. Woodmere Ideal Art paid $270. The Exactor 1010, Triactor 2080, and the Super High Five $47.94.
Welcome back to Red Shores Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. Congratulations, Vance Cameron. You box up his numbers there in that Super High Five. He would have had it in the last race there. 5 races in the books, as I mentioned. HPI Bet, get points on all Woodbine racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players on an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Woodbine Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. Field of 8 in here. I'm going 4, 6, 7. Backstretch beat going 7, 6, 4. And the classifier's choice is 4, 7, 6 in tonight's 6th race in 6 minutes.
Mrs. Dragonfire on the 6th race parade, owned by Reg Ferguson of Stratford, Wayne McDonald from Montreal, Quebec, Darren Crow, training and driving. Pineapple Express number 2 is owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Breadalbin. Rosie All Over 3, owned and trained by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, Corey McPherson. For the Real Princess, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson, Mike Downey drives. 5 is Mockbrook Pro, owned by Paul Conway of Bon John, Zach Conway from Charlottetown. Paul is the trainer, and Zach Conway is in the driver's seat. Number 6 is Dolly Sky. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives for owner Vance McMillan of West Cape. Canvas of Stars, number 7, owned by Eric Wilson of Dundas, Ontario. Mallory Davies from Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, Ryan DeRoche aboard. She's a Lover 8, Robbie Chappell of Summerside, the owner, trainer, and driver. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky Skierman is next at the HBI broadcast desk with more on the Governor's Plate second chance draw.
Thank you, Vince. The Governor's Plate second chance draw is back at Red Shore Summerside on live race days. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table of 4 at the West End Bar and Grill on Governor's Plate night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs and wagering vouchers, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw is July 1st. Let's head her out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 4, the Real Princess, 6-year-old bay mare by Source of Pride for Dr. Mitchell Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Ellen Stevenson, the trainer, and Mike Downey will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown on the 31st of May, left from post 6, and finished 8th with broken equipment. Race timed in 2:01 flat, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. 5th start of the season, looking for that first win. 3 wins last season from 23 tries. 157-4, season's best here at Summerside, and 26 lifetime wins with over $168,000 in maritime money. The Real Princess and Mike Downey. Right now, 4-5. I should say mostly maritime money for the Real Princess. Let's look at the 6 now. Dolly Sky, 9-year-old bay mare Badali for Vance McMillan of West Cape. Kyle DeRoche, the trainer and driver, started here last Tuesday night, left 5, finished 7th, race time 1:59.1, closed it out 30-3. Last season, 3 wins from 28 tries, and took a record of 154-4 at Charlottetown. I'm expecting her to come into form here anytime. Could be tonight. She could even get it all here. Dolly Sky and Kyle DeRoche from post 6, 3-1. There's a look at the 7, Canvas of Stars, 6-year-old bay mare by Artspeak for Eric Wilson of Dundas, Ontario. Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick. Chris Davies, now the trainer, and Ryan DeRoche, brother of Kyle, will do the driving. Last start was here. Qualifier last Tuesday night on the rail, finished 2nd, 158 flat, closing it out in 28-3 for Ryan DeRoche. 4 lifetime wins for Canvas of Stars. Post 7, 7-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's sixth race. Field of 8, Mrs. Dragonfire and Darren Crow at 22-1. Pineapple Express, the 2, and Willie McKay Jr. at 99-1. 21-1 on the 3, Rosie All Over and Corey McPherson. 4, The Real Princess and Mike Downey, your current choice at 1-4. Mockbrook Pro leaves 5, and Zach Conway at 20-1. Dolly Sky, the 6, and Kyle Darash at 9-2. The 7, Canvas of Stars with Ryan Darash at 5-2. And She's a Lover from Post 8 with Robbie Chappell. All 9s on the board. That's the field for tonight's sixth race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's sixth race. A full field of 8 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mrs. Dragonfire, Pineapple Express, Rosie All Over, The Real Princess, Mockbrook Pro, Dolly Sky, Canvas of Stars, She's a Lover's on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing the Real Princess from the middle. Mrs. Dragonfire at the rail. Mockbrook Pro far outside into the turn, going to that opening 8. That racing to the turn, and that is the Real Princess here. She's a heavy favorite, and Mike Downey will put her on the lead. Second is Mrs. Dragonfire. Third is Pineapple Express. And 3 wide, and coming up 4th now as they race along the backstretch, going to the quarter. Canvas of Stars. 5th, Mockbrook Pro. Then in 6th, that's Rosie All Over. 7th is Dolly Sky, and She's a Lover. Sees them all. From 8th, they're at the quarter, and 29 and 2. Driving up from the outside as they arrive at the 3/8. Canvas of Stars and Ryan Darash have taken over the lead. The Real Princess gave way, now second. Third at the rail, that's Mrs. Dragonfire. Back into 4th, Pineapple Express. Mockbrook Pro 5th. Now underway 6th, Dolly Sky. 7th, that's Rosie All Over, and She's a Lover is the trailer in 8th by the half mile, and they were there in 58 and 4 consecutive 29 and 2 splits, arriving at 5/8. Canvas of Stars getting them there. The Real Princess second. Mrs. Dragonfire third. Here comes Dolly Sky to get herself into it now on the outside 4th. Pineapple Express riding the rail 5th. Mockbrook Pro, she is 6th. On the outside, Rosie All Over 7th. She's a Lover is 8th. They're by 3/4. Canvas of Stars is still there in 1:29 and 3. The Real Princess second. Dolly Sky on the outside third, and they're homeward bound now, led by Canvas of Stars. The Real Princess to the outside. Dolly Sky third. Deep stretch now. Canvas of Stars. The Real Princess on the outside. Canvas of Stars and the Real Princess in a win photo here in the 6th. Time for the mile 1:59.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. Canvas of Stars drove up past the quarter, 29-2 to get to the front. The half up in 58-4. They were at 3/4 in 129-3. Here's the battle with Canvas of Stars and the Real Princess. They're battling down the stretch here. Nice shot by Universal Media. Canvas of Stars on the inside, the Real Princess on the outside, battling to the wire here, and it is posted. Canvas of Stars hangs on by a whisker here. I thought that the Real Princess get up here, but the Real Princess will settle for the deuce. In for third is Dolly Sky. So we got 7, 4, 6 unofficially in tonight's 6th race. We're going to see Canvas of Stars and Ryan DeRoche in the winner's circle next.
Canvas of Stars hangs on for the win here in tonight's 6. She's on her way to the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare, 6 years, the daughter of Arts Peak. From the 4-star Shark Dam, 4 stars Horn Dog, owned by Eric Wilson from Dundas, Ontario. Mallory Davies from Majorville, New Brunswick, bred by Winback Farm. Trained by Chris Davies, Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat to guide the mare to her 5th lifetime victory. The mile 159-4. Canvas of Stars in the 6th.
Last call, 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. This is your last call, 50-50.
Here's the official results in the 6th race. Mrs. Dragonfire 4th. Pineapple Express 5th. Rosie All Over was 8th. The Real Princess finished 2nd. Mockbrook Pro 6th. Dolly Sky finished 3rd. Canvas of Stars, the race winner. She's a Lover was 7th. Fractions 29-2. 58-4. 129-3. And the mile in 159-4. In review, 458 263 17. Canvas of Stars paid 11.10. The Exactor 26.10, Triactor 51.30, and the Superfecta 9.55.
Go for the Green is back for the month of June at the Red Shores Charlottetown Casino floor. Swipe and play daily for a chance to win $50,000 or other fantastic prizes. For more details on how to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 7th race, field of 8. I'm going 5-2-8 in here. Backstretch beat 7-2-8 and the classifier's choices 7-8-2 in tonight's 7th race in 5 minutes. Got a happy birthday greeting going out tonight to Clifford Murphy. He'd be the father of Kenny Murphy. Watching tonight. Happy birthday, Clifford, from all of us here at Red Shores.
Fun A on the 7th race parade, on with Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson drives. 2 is Fernhill Jubilee, on with Joe Baxter of Spring Valley and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Joe does the training. Miles Heffernan drives. Number 3, Kemco Carly, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams. Tonight, Darren Crow. Elmgrove Treasure 4, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, and Rebecca Blaisdell of Inverness. Kyle Williams, the trainer. Brody McPhee catch drives. 5, The Last 30, owned by Windermere Farm to Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner drives. Brookdale Shelley, number 6, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell. 7 is Magnificent Mia, owned by Michael Collings of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings. Ryan DeRoche. 8 is Misbelieving, owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside. Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 minutes to post time. Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats go on sale Wednesday, July 2nd. Rocky has those details next.
Thank you, Vance. 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats go on sale Wednesday, July 2nd. Tickets are $65 each, and they include a race program, food service in the 1888 Lounge, wagering voucher, and prize draws. To purchase tickets, call the Eastlink Center box office at 902-629-6625 or visit eastlinkcenterpei.com. Price does not include admission to the grounds. There's that very, very close win photo from tonight's 6th race. You're seeing Canvas of Stars just nipping the Real Princess. That's a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
We're at your final call to purchase a 50-50 draw ticket. $350 to the winner at this point. Final call on the 50-50 draw, $350 to the winner.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Field of 8 in here. There's my top choice, the Last Artie. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Articulator for Windermere Farms of Springvale. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, the trainer. Adam Erner in the bike looking for his 3rd win tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Head the rail, finished 5th. Race time 1:59.4, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Adam Erner was in the bike. Start before that at Charlottetown, May 22nd. Head post 2 was a winner by half a length. 2 minutes, 2/5, closing it out in 28 and 3. Mark Campbell was aboard for that maiden breaking victory. The Last Artie, post 5 with Adam Erner, 9-2. There's a look at the 2, Fern Hill Jubilee, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Bet the Moon for Joe Baxter of Spring Valley. Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Joe Baxter, the trainer, looking for his 2nd win tonight as a trainer. Miles Heffernan Sr. will do the driving. Qualified with the qualifying driver on June the 3rd, last Tuesday night. Post 3 was a winner by 3 1/4. 29 and 4 on the end of it, 2 minutes and 4/5 the mile. Zach Noy was in the bike, first start of 2025. Last season, 7 starts, had a win, 2:01 and 4 at Charlottetown. Fern Hill Jubilee, post 2 with Miles Heffernan Sr., 4-1. And there is the 8, Miss Believin', another Joe Baxter trainee in here. Brian Ramsey and Allison Ramsey share the ownership. Kenny Murphy aboard, looking for win number 3 tonight. And as I mentioned earlier, his dad Clifford celebrates a birthday today. Last start for Miss Believing was here May 25th. Had the rail, was a winner, 1:59 and 4. That was a new race win record, 31 on the end of it for smiling Kenny Murphy. Miss Believing, post 8 with Mr. Murphy aboard, 3-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race. Full field of 8 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Fun A, Fern Hill Jubilee, Camco Carly, Elm Grove Treasure, the Last Artie, Brookdale Shelley, Magnificent Mia, and Misbelieving outside, top of the stretch. Ready for start. The rough and pacing Fern Hill Jubilee will get the first call. Second to the turn, Elm Grove Treasure. Then on the outside, into the turn is the Last Artie. Way out there in the early going, Misbelieving. Towards the rail is Fun A 5th. And in 6, Elm Grove Treasure. 7th, Magnificent Mia. And the trailer, Brookdale Shelley. Up the backstretch they go. Fern Hill Jubilee and Miles Sr. out in front. They're coming 3 wide after them. Misbelieving right alongside her stablemate as they go by the quarter. Racing from 3rd in at the rail, the Last Artie. The opening panel went 29 and 2. Misbelieving from the grandstand side has taken over the lead for Kenny Murphy, now by 2. Fern Hill Jubilee is 2nd, the Last Artie 3rd, 4th. Along that inside they move through the stretch, approaching the opening half mile. Misbelieving the midway point leader. Fern Hill Jubilee, the Last Artie 3rd. Then in 4th, that is Camco Carly, moving up 5th, Magnificent Mia. And then from 7th along the inside is Fun A. At the back we have Elm Grove Treasure and Brookdale Shelley. 59 seconds flat was the opening half mile. Misbelieving clear by 4 open. From the outside, Magnificent Mia picks up 2nd. On to be 3rd, the Last Artie. Up the rail 4th. Fern Hill Jubilee. Funay is fifth. 6 is Camco Carly. Then Elm Grove Treasure and Brookdale Shelley. 3/4 in the books in 1:29 and 4. They round the turn for the final time with an 8 left to go. Misby leaving, turning home. On the outside, the last 30 is second. Magnificent Meal on the rail third. Deep stretch now. Here's the last 30 on the far outside. The last 30 and the Adam Murner triple. Magnificent Meal rallied up the inside second. Miss Bill leaving hell third. And the time for the mile in 1:59.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. And from the grandstand side, Misby leaving, cleared up to the front to the quarter in 29 and 2. The half up in 59 seconds flat. They were at 3/4 in 1:29 and 4. There was some movement, and 3 wide for a bit was the last Erdy, stretching them out there. 3 of them across the track. This is a great shot by Universal Media. The last Erdy, my top selection, gets up to win tonight in 1:59 and 4. That's a new race win record for this 3-year-old filly by Articulator. Magnificent Me in there for second. Miss Believing did all the work in the front end. From the grandstand side is third. It's 5, 7, 8 unofficially. In the 7th, we'll see the last Artie and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
The last Erdy on her way to the 7th race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 3 by Articulator from the Art Colony Dam, heart of Windermere. A homebred of Windermere Farm to Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner picks up his 3rd winner tonight. He's got the triple. And the filly has a new pacing record of 1:59 and 4. The last Erdy triples up Murner in the 7th.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in Race 7, Funay 4th, Fernhill Jubilee was 6th, Camco Carly finished 5th, Elm Grove Treasure was 8th, The Last Darty, the race winner, Brookdale Shelley was 7th, Magnificent Mia finished 2nd, Miss Believing was 3rd, fractions went 29 and 2, 59, 129 and 4, and the mile in 159 and 4. In review, 465, 817, 23. The Last Darty paid $12.80, Exactor $36.80, Triactor $85, and the Superfecta $67.67.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August the 8th at Redshores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. Join us in August for the McDonald Family Pace at Redshores, Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 8th race. Scratch number 5, Moonbound. I'll go with an 8-1-6 in here. Backstretch beat 6-5-1, but note the 5 is scratched. And again, classifier's choice is 6-1-5 with the 5 being scratched. 8th race, 5 minutes.
Maiden Pacers on the 8th race post parade. Redland's First Flame, number 1, owned by Redland Farms at Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Paul Langell. Adam Murner catch drives. 2 is Ms. Kane, owned by Jonathan Theriot, Robert Poirier, and Raymond Primo. Trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy drives. Fernhill Java 3 is owned by Peter Smith, Don Smith, and Gerald Morrissey. Trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. FR Millie number 4, owned and trained by Chris McKay of French River. Taylor Doyle. 5 Moonbound is scratched. Number 6 is Animosity. Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley is the owner and the trainer. Ryan DeRoss drives. Handle on You, number 7, owned by the Atlantic Harness Racing of Warren Grove. Trained by Nick Oakes, Corey McPherson up. Number 8 is Spinelli. Paul Langell training and driving for owner Chantel Langell, Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky returns with information on the 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake.
Thank you, Vance. The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies, Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 8 in here, Spinelli. Spinelli's a 4-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar for Chantel Langell of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, the trainer-driver, started here last Tuesday night. Head post 7, finished 4th. Race time, 2 minutes, 3/5. Closed it out, 29 seconds flat. Looking for that maiden win tonight from post 8. Spinelli, Paul Langell, 5-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Redland's First Flame, 3-year-old bay filly by Flameproof Hanover for Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, the trainer. Adam Murner in the bike, looking for win number 4 tonight. Last start last Tuesday night here from post 4, finished 3rd. Race time, 2 minutes, 2/5. Closed it out, 29-2. Adam Murner was in the bike. On the rail tonight, Redland's First Flame, 5-2. And there's a look at the 6, Animosity, 3-year-old bay filly, free-legged, for owner Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, who also trains. Ryan DeRoche in the bike, looking for his double tonight. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 5, finished 2nd, just beat 2 lengths. 2 minutes flat, 29-2 on the end of it. This is just her 7th lifetime start for this 3-year-old filly by Malicious. Animosity will move in a position with the scratch of the 5. Right now, 3-5. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 8th race. Scratch down to a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Redlands First Flame, Ms. Kane. Fernhill Java, FR Millie. Animosity, Handle on You, and Spinelli, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing towards the rail. Redlands First Flame between horses. Fernhill Java to their outside. Animosity fires out as they move round the turn. Arriving at the opening 8th. Here's Animosity from the outside. Set to take over for Ryan DeRoche. Second along the rail. That is Redlands First Flame. Taking them on here. A little Tuesday night brouhaha right here at historic Summerside. Wow. On by the quarter mile, and Redlands First Flame and Murner demanding the lead, and they've got it off at 29 seconds. Opening quarter. Second, Animosity all alone and racing third. Miss Kane back into fourth. Handle on You. Then fifth is FR Millie. Sixth is Spinelli. In the backfield, Fernhill Java the trailer. They arrive at the opening half mile. Redlands First Flame is halfway home from Murner. Clear by 2. Animosity is second. Ms. Kane third. Fourth is Handle on You. There goes Spinelli. Moving up fifth on the outside. FR Millie is sixth. And Fernhill Java seventh. 59 seconds flat. The halfway home time. Up the backstretch towards three quarters. Redlands First Flame the leader. Animosity is second. Handle on You is coming on the outside third. Fourth at the rail, Ms. Kane. Racing fifth. Spinelli. FR Millie sixth. Fernhill Java seventh. They go by three quarters on the front end. Here's Animosity to take over. Three quarters in 1:31 flat. Animosity with an eighth to go. Handle on You, three wide. Redlands First Flame at the rail. Ms. Kane. FR Millie, they're homeward bound. Animosity the leader. Handle on You on the outside. Coming right to her. On the line, it's Animosity to double up Ryan DeRoche. Second, that is Handle on You. Spinelli rallied in third. And the time for the mile, 2:02 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Redlands First Flame demanded on cutting this one. 29, the half up, 59 seconds flat. Animosity came first over. Three quarters in 1:31. She dropped in the two-hole and popped back out going to three quarters in front of Handle on You. And they're going to battle down the stretch here. Handle on You on the outside, Animosity in the middle. You can see Redlands First Flame at the rail, but on the line, this is a great shot by Universal Media. Animosity is going to double up Ryan DeRoche tonight. Handle on You in there for second. Up for third is the 8 Spinelli. So it's 6, 7, 8 unofficially. In the 8th, we're going to see Animosity in the winner's circle next.
Animosity goes to the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly, she's 3 by Malicious off the Peruvian Hanover Dam. A&G's Creek. Owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, bred by Jeff Hineker of Nova Scotia. Ryan Durage has his second win for the double, and the filly has a maiden record of 202. Animosity in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, Redlands First Flame 4th, Ms. Kane 6th, Fernhill Java 7th, F.R. Millie was 5th, Moonbound was scratched, Animosity the race winner, Handle on You was 2nd, Spinelli finished 3rd, fractions were 29, 59, 131, and the mile 202. In review 4, 6, 7, 5 scratch 1, 2, 3. Animosity 430 to win. The exactor 39.50, triactor 71.90, and the superfecta 13.53. Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $401. Winning number will be A103077. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $401. A103077. Good luck.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 15 races on tap tonight, 8 races in the books. Let's talk about HPI PEI rewards. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for PEI customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 9th race. I like a 3-1-5 in here. Backstretch beat going 1-3-5. Classifier's choice is 1-5-2 in tonight's 9th race in 6 minutes.
On the ninth race post parade, number 1 Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald. Adam Murner drives. Lions Tug of War, number 2, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Donnie Milligan. David Dowling up. 3 Delicious, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey and Wade Piccone. Daryl McLean trains and drives. 4 Mr. William, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Salisbrook Bolt, number 5, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet. Chromed Up, number 6, owned by Mark Glenn and Craig Arsenault of Summerside. Chris McKay is the trainer, driven by Kenny Murphy. 7 Windermere Joel, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Clive Balderson, and Mike Curry, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Ryan DeRage. 3 minutes to post time for top picks, driver and trainer stats, race replays, and free race programs. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Field of 7 in here, landing on the 3 Delicious. 3-year-old bay colt by Malicious for Daryl and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey and Wade Piccone. Daryl McLean, the trainer and the driver. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Head post 4. Sent right down the road, just got beat at the wire by 3/4 of a length in 157-2, closed it out in 30-1. Daryl McLean was in the bike. 2 wins last season from 11 tries, 158-4 record, season's best, taken at Charlottetown. Delicious from post 3 with Daryl McLean, right now 3-1.
Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw was the Davies Stable of Summerside. Congratulations.
There's a look at the rail sitter in here. Wizard, 4-year-old bay gelding by Stonebridge Terror. Owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, Alan McDonald, the trainer. Adam Murner's in the bike, enjoying a great night here tonight, looking for win number 4. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 2, was a winner by 3/4 of a length, 157-1, closed it out in 29-4 in just his second start of the season. Wizard had 2 wins last season, including a record of 156-2 at Charlottetown. On the rail tonight with Adam Murner, right now your current choice at 3-5. There's a look at the 5, Salisbrook Bolt, 3-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer for Renison Racing Incorporated of Truro, Nova Scotia. George Renison, the trainer, and Brady Sweet gets the call to drive tonight. Started here last Tuesday night from post 2 and finished 2. Just beat by half a length, 157-2. Closed it out in 29-3. 10th lifetime start for Salisbrook Bolt. Has a win this season, 2 minutes and 4/5. 2 starts ago, May 25th, right here at Summerside. David Dowling in the bike for both those starts. Post 5 tonight, Salisbrook Bolt with Brady Sweet, 5-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 9th race. A field of 7, Wizard and Adam Murner, 4-5. Your current choice. The 2, Lions Tug of War, David Dowling at 7-1. Dilicious 3 with Daryl McLean at 2-1. The 4, Mr. William with Corey McPherson at 93-1. Salzbrook Bolt is the 5 and Brady Sweet at 3-1. 6, Chromed Up and Kenny Murphy at 34-1. And Windermere Joel will leave 7. Ryan Darash aboard 22-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 9th race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 9th race, a field of 7. Lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Wizard, Lions Tug of War, Dilicious. Mr. William Salzbrook Bolt, Chromed Up, and Windermere Joel on the gate. Top of the stretch. Ninth race, ready for a start. The rough and pacing Dilicious and Salzbrook Bolt leaving out. Wizard up the rail 3rd. Lions Tug of War enters the turn 4th. Racing from 5th is Mr. William, followed by Chromed Up, and the trailer Windermere Joel. Swinging by the 8th pole and straightening up the backstretch. Here comes Salzbrook Bolt for Brady Sweet to take over top spot. 2nd is Dilicious. Wizard settles up 3rd. Lions Tug of War 4th. Mr. William has 5th. That's Chromed Up in 6th. Trailing 7th, Windermere Joel. On by the first quarter mile, it's Salzbrook Bolt in control off at 29 1/4. Dilicious is 2nd, Wizard 3rd, Lions Tug of War 4th. They're strung out a tad in here. Back into 5th is Mr. William, Chromed Up in 6th. Trailing 7th, Windermere Joel. They arrive at the opening half mile led by Salzbrook Bolt. He's halfway home on Dilicious. Wizard races 3rd. Lions Tug of War up with the leaders 4th. Back into 5th, Mr. William, Chromed Up, and the trailer Windermere Joel. 58 3 was the half. On by 5/8 in straight alignment as they go to the backstretch. En route to 3/4, Salzbrook Bolt the leader on Dilicious. Wizard tipping to the outside from 3rd. Lions Tug of War all alone in 4th. Mr. William 5th. Then it's Chromed Up and a Windermere Joel. 3/4 in the books. Salzbrook Bolt was the leader in 1:28 4. Dilicious is 2nd. Wizard hangs on the outside 3rd. Lions Tug of War is there 4th. And they're headed on home now. Salzbrook Bolt the leader. Dilicious in the passing lane. Wizard 3rd. Deep stretch now. Dilicious up the inside for Daryl McLean. 2nd, Salzbrook Bolt. Wizard will finish 3rd. They stop the clock here in the 9th in 1:58 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Delicious gets the job done, but he lets Bolt go to the quarter in 29-1, setting his back. The half 58-3, 128-4 to 3/4. And here is the stretch drive. Great drive by Daryl McLean tonight, and Delicious. He set in the 2-hole, got the colt bravened up here, and he comes right down the passing lane, and he wins tonight in 158 flat. That's a new race win record for Delicious. In for second is Salzbrook Bolt. Wizard up there for third. So it's 3-5-1 unofficially in the 9th. We'll see Delicious and Daryl McLean in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Delicious on his way to the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Colt, 3 years, a son of Militias, off the Mach 3 Dam Private Dive. Owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey and Wade Piccone. Bred by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, Daryl McLean trains and drives and guides the colt to a new record of 158. Delicious in the 9th. Now the official results from the 9th race: Wizard third, Lions Tug of War fourth, Delicious the race. Mr. William was fifth. Salzbrook Bolt finished second. Chromed Up was sixth. Windermere Joel seventh. Fractions went 29-1, 58-3, 128-4. The mile in 158. In review, your program reads 341 5267. Delicious paid $5.90. The exactor at $89.10. Triactor $61.20. Superfecta $17.26.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside. On a Tuesday night, we just saw Dilicious at 5-something to win. Nice drive by Daryl McLean. Nice win for Dilicious, new race win record. Let's talk about the 2025 Governor's Plate. The 57th edition of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge and featuring a purse of $50,000, is scheduled for Saturday, July 19th, right here at Red Shore, Summerside. A special reminder for fans and customers, post time for the Governor's Plate program is 4 o'clock, and you can get more details on Summerside's big racing week by visiting Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 10th race. I like a 5-7-2. Backstretch beat going 5-1-2. Classifiers choices 5-6-2 in the 10th race in 4 minutes.
Tenth race set for the post parade. Privilege 1, owned by Rendison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Robert Tate of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by George Rendison. David Dowling. 2, Silver Spirit, owned by Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart, trained by Tammy Collins. Tonight, Paul Angel. Sharkey number 3, Jack McGurk of Kensington, is the owner and the trainer. Taylor Doyle drives. 4 is Almost Their Boss, owned by David and John Sweet of Larry, trained by Ralph Sweet. Kenny Murphy driving. 5 is Freeman's Legacy, Jacob Sweet training and driving for owner Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Number 6 is Watchmaker, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey driving. 7 is Howmack Exclusive, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade, Corey McPherson, above the wheels. 2 minutes to post time, only 2. Rocky is back with his top selections, but first a message from HPIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Let's go out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Field of 7 in here. Landing on the 5, Freeman's Legacy. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Peng Shui for Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet, the trainer driver. Nice start last Tuesday night right here. Head the rail, wired the field by 2.5 lengths in 1:55.2. Closed it out in 28-3, right to his record that he took last year as a 3-year-old. Freeman's Legacy from post 5 with Jacob Sweet, your current choice at 3-5. There's a look at the 7, Howmack Exclusive, 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Source of Pride for Leith Waite, Les Waite, and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite, the trainer, with Corey McPherson above the wheels. scratched out of the last one here in Summerside, but the start before that, May the 29th at Charlottetown, left from post 2, was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:57.3, closed it out 27.4. If you look down the program to Charlottetown on May the 3rd, was a winner by 2 from post 2, 1:54.3, new record, closed it out in 28.1. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Post 7 tonight for How Mac exclusive with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 12-1. And there's a look at the 2, Silver Spirit, 6-year-old bay gelding by Veradero Hanover for Tommy Woolridge of Mount Stewart. Tammy Collings, the trainer, and Paul Angel will do the driving. Started last Tuesday night here from post 4. Cut it all out, just got beat by a neck at the wire in 1:55.4. Closing it out 31 seconds flat. Austin Sorry was home and drove this horse last week. Last season, 7 wins from 27 tries, took a record of 1:55.3 at Charlottetown. Silver Spirit from post 2 with Paul Angel, 2-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race. They have a field of 7 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Privilege. Silver Spirit, Sharky, Almost There, Boss, Freeman's Legacy, Watchmaker, and How Mac exclusive, top of the stretch. Tenth race all lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Privilege, Silver Spirit, Sharky, Almost There, Boss, Freeman's Legacy, the 5 of them leave out. Watchmaker away 6, then How Mac exclusive 7th. As they arrive at the 8th pole, Privilege and Dowling guarding the cones. They're leading on the backstretch. Second at the rail, Silver Spirit, Almost There, Boss, about to drop in 3rd. That's Sharky racing 4th. Freeman's Legacy goes 5th. Watchmaker has 6th. Trailing the field at the quarter, that is How Mac exclusive. Leading the field by the quarter, Privilege and David Dowling, 29 and 2 open it up. 2-hole ride, that belongs to Silver Spirit racing from 3rd. Almost There, Boss. Sharky comes out of the turn 4th. There goes Freeman's Legacy. Sent to the outside in 5th. Watchmaker continues 6th. And the trailer 7th. How Mac exclusive halfway home. Privilege, the midway point leader. 2-hole ride, Silver Spirit. First up comes Freeman's Legacy 3rd. The opening half was 59 and 3. 4th up the rail is Almost There, Boss. Sharky is tipped out from 5th. Up the inside, How Mac exclusive takes 6th. Watchmaker on the outside is 7th. 3/4 the next station. Privilege at the rail, the leader. Freeman's Legacy to his outside, the challenger. That's Silver Spirit right there in the pocket 3rd. Sharky picks up 4th. Almost There, Boss 5th. Watchmaker 6th. How Mac exclusive 7th. 1:28 and 3 was the 3/4. Homeward bound they come, and Privilege is still there at the rail. Freeman's Legacy on the outside 2nd. 3rd at the rail, that is Silver Spirit coming to the wire next. And Privilege on the outside. Watchmaker came late, but too late. Privilege and Dowling all the way here in tonight's 10th race. Time for the mile in 1:57.4.
comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Privilege and David Dowling using rail control here. As soon as I saw them going to the quarter and that quarter up in 29-2, I figured this race was over, and it was here. 59-3 to the half, 128-3 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. David Dowling steps on the gas here with Privilege, and he gets the job done. A fast closing Watchmaker flying on the end of it in here, and there's a photo in there for second, but it is now posted. Privilege wins, and in for second, the 6 Watchmaker with Halmack exclusive in there for third. 167 unofficially. In the 10th, we're going to see Privilege and David Dowling in the winner's circle next.
Privilege makes it back-to-back wins here in Summerside, going to the 10th race, Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle. Privilege pacing Brown Gelding. He's 9 by Sunshine Beach. Off the American Ideal Dam, My American Talia. Owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Robert Tate of Riverview, New Brunswick. Bred by Teo Racing of Florida. Trained by George Renison, driven to victory by David Dowling, the horse on top at every call tonight in 157-4. Privilege in the 10th. Here's the official results in race 10. Privilege the winner. Silver Spirit 4th. Sharky was 7th. Almost There Boss finished 5th. Freeman's Legacy was 6th. Watchmaker finished 2nd. Halmack Exclusive 3rd. The fractions of 29-2. 59-3. 128-3. The mile 157-4. In review, it's 147, 56, 23. Privilege paid $11 to win. Exactor $55.40. Triactor $304.60. Superfecta carryover.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back for Tuesdays in June right here at Red Shore Summerside. HPI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 11th race. Field of 6 in here. I like a 1-5-2. Backstretch beat going 1-2-5. Classifier's choice is 2-1-5 in tonight's 11th race in 7 minutes.
On tonight's 11th race post parade, number 1 is Lady Lamurai, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, out of Murder Training and Driving. Broken Head of Gas 2 is owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, Ryan DeRoshab. Timberley Lady 3, Jacob Sweet trains and drive for the Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Thinking of Eddie, number 4, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady Sweet trains and drives. Five Czar's Piece of Heaven, owned by Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House, trained by Greg Weatherby, Paul Angel. And the 6 Love Party, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. 3 minutes to post time. The 66th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer is slated for Saturday, August 16th, and proudly presented by title sponsor Atlantic Lottery.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Field of 6, Exactor, 20 cents Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Lady Lamurai, 3-year-old brown filly by Arthur Blue Chip for Marcia Knox of Stanhope. Adam Murner having a great night. He's got 3 wins, looking for his 4th. He's in the driver's seat. He also trains. Qualified at Charlottetown June the 5th. Last Thursday night had post 4. Was a winner by a length and a half in 1:58.1. Closed it out in 28.2. She's going free-legged this year, and that was a free-legged qualifying mile last Thursday night and looked very impressive. Lady Lamurai is on the rail, 3 wins last season from 10 tries, 1:59 record taken at Charlottetown. Lady Lamurai, Adam Murner, your current choice, co-choice, 8-5. And there's a look at the 5. Czar's Piece of Heaven, 4-year-old brown mare by Czar Sealster, former Governor's Plate winner here. Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House is the owner. Todd Weatherby trains, and Paul Langell will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown May the 29th, had post 4, finished 5th. Race timed 1:59.4. Closed it out in 27.4. 4 wins last season from 16 tries. 1:56.4 record taken at Charlottetown. Czar's Piece of Heaven from post 5 with Paul Angel, 6-1. And there's a look at the 2, Broken Head of Gas, 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Tammy Collings of Hazelbrook, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Ryan Darash looking for his 3rd win tonight in the bike. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Head post 8, finished 2nd. Race timed 1:57.2, 29.2 on the end of it. Austin Sorey was in the bike. 1:58.4, season's best at Charlottetown this season. A win back on January 25th. In Charlottetown. Broken Head of Gas, Ryan Darash, 9-5. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 11th race. Field of 6 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Lady Lamurai, Broken Out of Gas, Timberly Lady, Thinking of Eddie, Czar's Piece of Heaven, and Love Party. Half a dozen noses up on the gate here in the 11th. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Ralphin pacing, thinking of Eddie Timberley, Lady leave out, along with Broken Head of Gas, Lady Lamorai into the turn at the rail fourth. Moving fifth, that is Love Party, and then the trailer, Czar's Piece of Heaven, swinging on by the eighth pole, led by Timberley, Lady, in line to Jacob Sweet. Broken Head of Gas, look like she's gonna keep coming, and she does on the outside. Racing third, thinking of Eddie, then fourth at the rail is Lady Lamorai. Racing fifth is Love Party. Then the trailer, that is Czar's Piece of Heaven. They tripped a quarter in 28 seconds flat. That's a serious opener. Now on the point, Broken Head of Gas for Ryan Daraj. Racing from second, Timberley, Lady thinking of Eddie out of the turn third. Lady Lamorai in fourth, Love Party fifth. Then the trailer, Czar's Piece of Heaven. Broken Head of Gas in unfamiliar territory. She's on the lead going by the opening half mile. Second is Timberley, Lady. Then in third, thinking of Eddie, 57 and 3 was the half. Fourth is Lady Lamorai. Love Party in fifth, followed by the trailer, Czar's Piece of Heaven. To the backstretch they go, and the three quarters comes next. Broken Head of Gas, the leader. Second, Timberley, Lady. On the outside, thinking of Eddie, third, but no advancement. Fourth on the cones, Lady Lamorai. Love Party fifth, and on the outside six, Czar's Piece of Heaven. The three quarters in 1, 27 and 3, and they're homeward bound. Broken Head of Gas clear by 2. Second is Timberley, Lady. Then third, Lady Lamorai. On the wire they come next. She loved the front end tonight. Broken Head of Gas. Ryan Daraj has a driving triple. Second is Lady Lamorai. Third goes to Timberley, Lady. And the time for the mile, 1:56.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Broken Head of Gas drove up and went to the front, 28 to half, 57 and 3. Down to three quarters in 1:27 and 3. Lady Lamorai had a problem getting out there, had to drive up the rail, but get out in deep stretch, not enough as Broken Head of Gas hangs on to win this one in 1:56 and 4. That's a new race win record. Lady Lamorai coming on the end there gets second with Timberley, Lady third. It is 2-1-3 unofficially in the 11th. We're going to see Broken Head of Gas and Ryan Daraj, third win tonight. They're going to the winner's circle next.
Broken Head of Gas on her way into the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle. Bay Pacing Mare, the 4-year-old daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, is off the Goliath Bayama Dam. One hot vet. She's owned, trained, and bred by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. Ryan Daraj enjoying a good night here in Summerside. Third trip to the Winner's Circle for the triple. And the mare pacing to a new race win record, 1:56 and 4. Broke and Head of Gas. Wires the 11th. Now the official results in race 11, Lady Lamorai was second. Broken Out of Gas, the race winner. Timberly Lady third. Thinking of Eddie was fifth. Czar's Piece of Heaven finished fourth. Love Party was sixth. The fractions were 28, 57 and 3. 127 and 3. The mile 150, 6 and 4. From the top, your program reads 213, 546. Broken Out of Gas paid $410. The Exactor 1160, Triactor 2180, Superfecta 1276.
Redshores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Redshore, Summerside and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 12th race. We're all going 4-5-1 in here. It's unanimous. 4-5-1 in tonight's 12th in 7 minutes.
Going yard on the 12th race post rate, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison, David Dowling up. Dakota Shadow number 2, owned by Reg Ferguson, Brennan Crow, Wayne McDonald, and Aline Farrell. Darren Crow training and driving. Roll with it, Darling 3 is owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace. Tonight, Kenny Murphy. 4, Plain Jane, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish, trained by Devin Wallace. Corey McPherson drives. 5 is Redland Miss Pretty, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson. Trained by Kyle Williams, driven by Paul Langell. 4 minutes to post time. Thank you to Donnie McRae, along with McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. Field of 5. Exactor. Note there's no show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta triactor, and it's the start of the guaranteed late 20-cent pick 4. Win place wagering. Landing on the 4 in here, Plain Jane, 7-year-old bay mare by Shadow Play for Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Devin Wallace trains. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, head the rail. Finished third, just beat a length and a quarter. 155-4, closing it out in 29-1. Had 1 win last season at Charlottetown. 24 career with a record of 153-1 at Truro Raceway 2 years ago. Plain Jane, Corey McPherson in the bike right now, 3-4. There's a look at the 5. Redland Miss Pretty, 5-year-old bay mare by Source of Pride for Brian McGregor of Nova Scotia, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson. Kyle Williams trains with Paul Langell in the driver's seat tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night, left from 4 and was a winner in 156-1. Closed it out 28-3. That was a new race win record for this mare. Leaving 5 tonight, Redland Miss Pretty with Paul Langell aboard. Right now, good odds, 10-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That's Going Yard, 5-year-old bay mare by Always a Virgin for Renison Racing Incorporated of Truro, Nova Scotia. Aidan Farish of Summerside, Prince Edward Island. George Renison trains. David Dowling in the bike, looking for his second win tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Had the rail, wired the field. 156-4, closing it out in 29-1. Corey McPherson was in the bike. As I mentioned, Going Yard on the rail with David Dowling. Could be tough to beat in here on the rail with Dowling aboard. 3-1. I'm going to give a little shout out to my old buddy. I can see him up here in the oval. Alex Sobey here at Red Shores tonight. Welcome home, Mr. Sobey. It's been a long time. Great to see you. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 12th race. Good class of mares in here. Going Yard on the rail. David Dowling at 2-1. Dakota Shadow 2 and Darren Crow at 5-2. Roll With It Darling and Kenny Murphy at 8-1. The 4, Plain Jane and Corey McPherson. Your current choice at 6-5. And Redland Miss Pretty, Paul Angel aboard from post 5 at 5-1. That's the field for tonight's 12th. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 12th race. A field of 5 mares lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
And those mares are Going Yard, Dakota Shadow, Roll With It Darling, Plain Jane, and Redland Miss Pretty, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Plain Jane, Going Yard are leaving to their outside. Redland Miss Pretty, Roll With It Darling to the turn 4th. Then the trailer, that's Dakota Shadow. As they round the turn, they're rolling here at the 8th pole. Plain Jane drives up from the outside. She's about to clear the lead for Corey McPherson. Going Yard is second, away 3rd. That's Roll With It Darling 4th. On the cones, Redland Miss Pretty, and way back here in the early going, that is Dakota Shadow. On by the opening quarter. Look like they're sitting up in here. Plain Jane and McPherson off at 28 seconds flat, quarter mile. Going Yard, the 2-hole ride. Roll With It Darling 3rd with the leaders 4th. Redland Miss Pretty never got into it tonight. Dakota Shadow's in the backfield. Down the stretch they come, arriving at the half mile next. Plain Jane, the midway point leader. Second is Going Yard. Roll With It Darling 3rd. Redland Miss Pretty 4th, and the trailer, Dakota Shadow, is 5th. At the midway point in 58 seconds flat. On the lead at 5/8, Plain Jane. 2-hole ride, Going Yard. Up 3rd on the outside is Redland Miss Pretty. 4th on the cones, that's a Roll With It Darling. And at the back, Dakota Shadow. 3/4 comes next. Plain Jane is the leader. Redland Miss Pretty is the challenger. Going Yard muscles up at the rail 3rd. Roll With It Darling 4th, 1:27 and 3 was 3/4. Arriving at the 7/8, Plain Jane is still there. Redland Miss Pretty. Going Yard is headed to the passing lane. Down the stretch they come. 3 of them across the track. Going Yard up the inside. We'll get it all for Dowling. Going Yard wins. Plain Jane second. Redland Miss Pretty, she'll finish 3rd. And the time for the mile in 1:56 and 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Plain Jane heads to the front, 28, the 2nd quarter in 30 flat, the half in 58 seconds, down to 3/4 in 1:27 and 3. Going Yard gets into the passing lane here and gets the job done in 1:56 and 3. Back-to-back jacks for Going Yard. Dowling in the bike tonight, he doubles up. Plain Jane did all the work, is in there for second. Up for 3rd, that's the 5, Redland Miss Pretty. So it's 1-4-5 unofficially. In the 12th, we'll see Going Yard and David Dowling in the winner's circle next.
Going Yard makes it back-to-back victories here in Summerside. She's on her way into the winner's circle. She's a big pacing mare, 5 by Always a Virgin from the Park Place Dam, Pride Park, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish from Summerside, bred by Terry Leonard from Havre, Illinois. George Redison with the training double. David Dowling has the driving double. Time for the mile in 1:56 and 3. Going Yard for the Dowling and Renison double in the 12th. Now the official results in the 12th. Going Yard, the race winner. Dakota Shadow, 5th. Roll with It, Darling, 4th. Plain Jane was 2nd. A Redland Miss Pretty finished 3rd. Fractions of 28, 58, 127 and 3. And the mile 156 and 3. In review, 154, 2, 3. Going Yard at 510. Exactor $10.40, Triactor $15, Superfecta $3.59.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd at Redshores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 13th race. I'm going 4-3-1. Backstretch beat likes 3-4-1. Class first choices 3-1-8 in tonight's 13th race in 8 minutes. In the upcoming 13th race, number 1, Love That Miramont, equipment change from blind to Swedish blind and adds a Murphy blind inside. Number 2, Timberley Duke has an equipment change, closed to telescope bridle.
Love That Miramont on the 13th race post parade is owned and trained by Ralph Sweet Valeri. Adam Murner drives. Two is Timberley Duke, owned by George Riley of Summerside, Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy. Gascoigne AC3, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Tammy Collings, Ryan DeRoche. For Makita, owned by Suzanne McKeegan. Christina Thompson, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. 5 is Starship Destiny. The owners are Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. Don't Come Looking wears 6, owned by Harold, Ariane, and Angelique Duguay from Pabos, Quebec. Chris Davies trains, driven by David Dowling. James Rains is 7 for owner, trainer, and driver Jacob Sweet O'Leary. Number 8 is DJ Dragon, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Chucky Signs of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by George Rendison, Brady Swede. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to present the HBI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points. Play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 13th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 4 in here. Makita, 3-year-old bay gelding by Malicious for Susan McKagan and Christina Thompson. Blaine McKenna, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the bike. Last start was here on May the 25th. Left from post 2. Finished 4th. Paced his mile in 2 minutes, 2/5. Closed it out in 30-1. First lifetime start, May the 19th from post 6 was a winner. 2 minutes, 2/5, 29-3 on the end of it. Post 4 tonight for Makita with Corey McPherson, 19-1. And there's a look at the free leg at Gascoigne AC. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Hilarious Halo from Murray McDonald of Belfast. Tammy Collings looking to double up. Brian Durash looking to quadruple up tonight. Last start was June the 3rd here. That was last Tuesday night from post 5. Finished third, just beat a length and 3/4. 157-3, 29-2 on the end of it for Austin Sorry. Had a win last year, maiden record 157-3 at Charlottetown. Gascoigne AC's out there trotting right now. Post 3 with Ryan Durash, your current choice, 2-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter. Love That Miramont. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Sports Writer for Ralph Sweet of O'Leary, who also trains. Adam Murner looks for win 4 tonight. He's in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night. Backed here, post 9, finished 7th. 159 flat, 31 on the end of it for Jacob Sweet. Had a win last season, 159-4 right here at Summerside. That was a new race win record for Love That Miramont. Adam Murner on the rail, 6-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 13th race. Love That Miramont, Adam Murner 7-1. Timberlea Duke, Kenny Murphy at 5-2. Gascoigne AC, Ryan Durash 3-5. Makita and Corey McPherson at 5-1. Starship Destiny and Kyle Durash, all 9s on the board. Don't Come Look and Leave 6 and David Dowling at 10-1. The 7, James Rains and Jacob Sweet 29-1. And the 8 on your screen now is DJ Dragon with Brady Sweet at 7-1. That's the field for tonight's 13th. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 13th race. A full field of 8 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Love That Miramont, Timberlea Duke, Gascoigne AC, Makita. Starship Destiny, Don't Come Looking, James Rain, and DJ Dragons on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The off and pacing Timberly Duke, the first one out. Love That Miramont is second. Coming from the outside, Starship Destiny towards the rails. They move round the turn. That's Gascoigne AC fourth. To get away fifth, Makita. Then sixth on the cones. Don't Come Looking. Seventh is James Rains and the trailer DJ Dragon. Up the backstretch they go by 3 lengths in the early going. Timberly Duke in line to Kenny Murphy. Closing in second, Love That Miramont. Racing from third, that's Starship Destiny. Fourth on the rail is Gascoigne AC. They tripped the quarter in 28 and 4. Racing fifth, Makita. Round the turn, Don't Come Looking is sixth. James Rains is seventh, followed by the trailer DJ Dragon. Off the paddock turn, they come in straight alignment towards the half mile, led by Timberly Duke. He'll get them halfway home. Here is Starship Destiny. Long shot, and the longest shot in the board goes up to challenge the leader. Love That Miramont is third, to the outside fourth. Gascoigne AC, the half mile in 59 and 1. Racing from fifth as they arrive at the 5/8, led by Timberly Duke. Starship Destiny, the long shot challenger here. Dropping back third, Love That Miramont. Then in fourth between horses, Gascoigne AC. 3 wide, Don't Come Looking is moving up from the outside. They go by 3/4. Timberly Duke at the rail. Starship Destiny looking for a colossal upset in here. 3/4 and 1, 28 and 3. 1/8 of a mile out, and that's Timberly Duke reclaiming the lead. Starship Destiny on the outside. Don't Come Looking is coming late in the passing lane. Deep stretch now. Here's David Dowling's driving triple. Don't Come Looking got him there. Timberly Duke held second. Starship Destiny third. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Timberly Duke was marched down the road tonight, 28-4, 59-1, 128-3 to 3/4. Here comes David Dowling, our top driver from last year. He comes up the rail here with Don't Come Looking. He's going to triple up tonight to get the win in 159-1. That's a new race win record for Don't Come Looking. Chris Davies, I believe, doubles up in the training side as well. In for second, that is the 2, Timberly Duke with the 5, Starship Destiny third, 6-2-5 unofficially. In the 13th, we're going to see Don't Come Looking and David Dowling in a winner's circle next.
Don't Come Looking goes to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle here in the 13th. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Tobago K's off the Arch Place Dam. Twilight Lady, owned by Harold, Ariane, and Angeli Duguay from Pabos, Quebec. Bred by Donna McLean from Fairview. Chris Davies has the training double. David Dowling has the driving triple tonight, and the colt has a new race win record of 159-1. Don't Come Looking upsets the 13th. Here's the official results in the 13th. Love That Miramon was 7th. Timberly Duke 2nd. Gascoigne AC 4th. Makita finished 5th. Starship Destiny 3rd. Don't Come Looking, the race winner. James Raines was 8th. DJ Dragon finished 6th, the fractions of 28 and 4. 59 and 1. 128 and 3. And the mile 159 and 1. In review 724. 531. 86. Don't Come Looking paid $29.40 to win. The exactor $365.50. Triactor honored the ticket 6-2 all at $582.90. Superfecta carryover.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 13 races in the books. Let's talk about Governor's Plate Second Chance Draw. The Governor's Plate Second Chance Draw is back here at Red Shore Summerside on live race days. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table of 4 at the West End Bar and Grill on Governor's Plate night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and wagering vouchers, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw is here July the 1st. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 14th race feature. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like 256, backstretch beat going 264. Classifiers choices 265 in the 14th in 7 minutes. And there's the photo for 4th on your screen right now. You see Gascoigne AC on the outside up against a flying Makita along the rail just by a whisker. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Doc Awesome on the 14th race post parade, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training. Paul Langell test drives. 2 is Hamac Charmer, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Corey McPherson. 3, He's Touring. David Dowling in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Claire Sweet, O'Leary. Sobble Attack 4, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul is the trainer, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5, Well Said Celeb. It's owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen. Adam Murner trains and drives. Braxton's Boy 6, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Rick does the training, and the drive goes to Brady Sweet. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 14. They're closing in 4 minutes. And Rocky, you and I come back with our selections here in the Tuesday night feature. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the 2, Hal Mack Charmer. Right now, he is second choice on the board at 8-5, just 30 cents shy of the favorite, who's Braxton's Boy, at 5.20. I liked Hal Mack Charmer. It came from off the pace last week, and it was a torrid pace, to say the least, and he went on to win by a neck in 55-4. I'm going to go to the 6, Braxton's Boy. Don't like the post position on the starting gate rock, but I'll use him for the deuce. I've got the 4, Sobble Attack, for third, and if you play the super, I'm with Well Said Celeb for fourth. 2, 6, 4, 5 from the booth. Mr. Skierman, your choices.
You almost got your super high five there, buddy. If you boxed her up, you would have had it. We got the same numbers in this one, by the way, with the 2, Hal Mack Charmer, Corey McPherson aboard. I like him on top. For second, the 5, Well Said Celeb with Adam Murner. He's having a big night, looking for his 4th win. For third, the 6, Braxton's Boy with Brady Sweet. And a wrapper up with the 4, Sobble Attack. So I'm 2, 5, 6, 4. Vance is going 2, 6, 4, 5. Good luck with your selections here in the feature. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 14th race feature. Doc Awesome and Paul Angel at 7-1. Hal Mack Charmer 2. Corey McPherson at 2-1. He's touring 3 with David Dowling at 4-1. Sobble Attack and Kenny Murphy at 13-1. The 5, Well Said Celeb and Adam Murner at 6-1. And the 6, Braxton's Boy with Brady Sweet at even money. That's your field for tonight's feature. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 14th race. It's the feature here on a Tuesday night at Redshore Summerside, a field of 6 lining up in behind the starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Doc Awesome, How Mac Charmer. He's touring Sobble Attack, Well Said Celeb, and Braxton's Boy on the gate. Now at the top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing beauty beginning, leaving out at the rail. That is Doc Awesome. Second to the turn is How Mac Charmer. Well Said Celeb drives up from the outside, and he's pointed right after the lead as they arrive at the 8th pole. Here comes Well Said Celeb for Murner to take over. Doc Awesome is second, How Mac Charmer third, Sobble Attack fourth. Then in 5th, he's touring. Braxton's Boy could not find a friend, has to back up to trail. On by the opening quarter, led by Well Said Celeb, and he was at that opening quarter mile in 28 and 2. Doc Awesome tracking second, around the turn in third, How Mac Charmer. Sobble Attack goes fourth. He's touring in 5th, and the trailer, that is Braxton's Boy. Down the stretch, approaching the opening half mile. Well Said Celeb, the midway point leader. 2-hole ride, that is Doc Awesome, the long shot, moving up third from the outside. Sobble Attack, he's underway. Fourth up the rail, How Mac Charmer. They're at the half in 57 and 3/8 of a mile left to go, and it's Well Said Celeb to take him to 3/4. Doc Awesome along the rail second. Third is How Mac Charmer, a stall fourth. Sobble Attack, he's touring out there 3 wide 5th. Braxton's Boy the trailer, but not out of it. They go by 3/4. Well Said Celeb is still there. Doc Awesome is second. On the outside third, How Mac Charmer, the 3/4 and 1:26 and 2. They're homeward bound. Well Said Celeb trying to see it through. How Mac Charmer on the outside. Doc Awesome in the passing lane. He's touring on the far outside. On the wire, How Mac Charmer looks to hang on. He's touring right alongside in the win picture. And the time for the mile in the feature, 1:55.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 14th race feature. Well Said Celeb goes to the front, 28-2, the half 57 and 3, down to 3/4 in 1:26 and 2. Here is the stretch drive. You see How Mac Charmer in the middle. Well Said Celeb did all the work in the front end. At the passing lane is Doc Awesome. You don't see here, you see now. He's touring in the outside. Braxton's Boy shakes loose late here and slides through. And on the line in the photo, it is the 2, How Mac Charmer in for second. He's touring with Braxton's Boy third. 2-3-6 unofficially in the feature. We're going to see How Mac Charmer and Corey McPherson in the winner's circle next.
Hamac Charmer goes to the 14th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, 5 years. The son of Militias is off the Apache's famed dam, and Jojo Shabla, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario. Bred by Hamac Farms Limited. Trained by Kyle Williams, Corey McPherson picks up the winning drive in 155 and 4. Hamac Charmer in the feature. Here's the official results in the 14th. Doc Awesome 4th. Hamac Charmer the winner. He's Touring was 2nd. Sobble Attack finished 6th. Well Said Celeb 5th. Braxton's Boy 3rd. Fractions went 28 and 2. 57 and 3. 126 and 2. The mile 155 and 4. In review, it's 412 653. Hamac Charmer paid $430. The Exactor $22.20, Triactor $96.30, and the Superfecta $28.90.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 14 races in the books. Just one more to go, folks. Here tonight at Red Shore Summerside, let's talk about the early and late Red Shores Super High Five. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shore Summerside and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 15th race finale. I'm going with a 3-1-6, as is the classifier. Backstretch Beat Lakes 3-1-8 here in the finale in 8 minutes. There is the win photo from tonight's 14th race feature. Hamac Charmer just hanging on by a whisker over the 3. He's Touring. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Edge of the World leads the 15th race on Post Parade. Brett LeBlanc from Charlottetown owns trains and drives. 2 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Land and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training. Note the driver change to Luke Armstrong. Luke Armstrong on 2, J.J. Patrick. 3 is Starship Glide, owned by Windermere Farms at Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner drives. Get Home Terry, number 4, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie. Edgar does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Bet the Bull, number 5, owned by Martin Keffer from Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell. Hardy Mill Joe is 6, owned by Hardy Mill Stable of Bedford, Nova Scotia. Jacob Sweet, the trainer driver. My Ambrose 7, owned by Carl and Jason McDougall from Ellerslie. Carl does the training, driven tonight by Ryan DeRoche. Rusty Riley, number 8, owned by Chantal Langell from Lower Onslow and Dana Ghetto of New Waterford, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 9 is Arnold the Paperboy, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville. Willie McKay trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Our next card of live racing comes up on Thursday night at Redshores, Charlottetown. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his Super High 5 ticket to wrap up Tuesday night in Summerside.
And there's a look at Vance and I's Super High 5 tickets. We both agree in the exactor with the 3 Starship Glide, over the 1 Edge of the World, and then I'm with the 2 I'm with the 6. So for third, I'm going with the 6, Hardy Mill Joe with Jacob Sweet. For fourth, the 4, Get Home Terry and Kenny Murphy. And to round out my Super High 5, the 8, Rusty Riley and Paul Angel. 3-1-6-4-8. Vance going 3-1-8-4-6. Good luck with the Super High 5. Have a look at the odds board for the finale. Edge of the World and Brett LeBlanc 5-2. JJ Patrick 2 with Luke Armstrong at 10-1. Starship Glide and Adam Murner at 6-5. Get Home Terry, Kenny Murphy at 65-1. Bet the Bull and Robbie Chappell, they're 33-1. The 6, Hardy Mill Joe and Jacob Sweet at 2-1. My Ambrose 7, Ryan Darash at 33-1. Rusty Riley 8 with Paul Angel at 14-1. And the 9, Arnold the Paperboy with Willie McKay at 16-1. That's the field for the finale. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the 15th race finale. Field of 9 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
Edge of the World, J.J. Patrick, Starship Glide. Get Home Terry, Bet the Bull. Hardy Mill Joe, My Ambrose, and Rusty Riley, they're on the gate. In back, Arnold the Paperboy, top of the stretch. It's the Tuesday night Super High 5 finale, and it's post time. They're often facing, leaving out Bet the Bull, J.J. Patrick towards the rail, Edge of the World. Also joining them is Get Home Terry. Rounding the turn up the rail is Arnold the Paperboy. Now racing from 6, that is Starship Glide, Hardy Mill Joe 7th. My Ambrose is 8th, and Rusty Riley 9th. On the backstretch and going to the quarter, Get Home Terry made the lead for Kenny Murphy. Here's Bet the Bull on the outside, looking to take it away on by the opening quarter. Bet the Bull and Robbie Chappell now clear on the lead. 29-1 the opening quarter. Get Home Terry is second, and he's coming to the outside. Third on the rail is Edge of the World, racing fourth. That is Arnold the Paperboy. Fifth is J.J. Patrick. On the outside, sixth. Starship Glide goes underway. Hardy Mill Joe following out seventh. My Ambrose is eighth, and Rusty Riley, he's ninth. They're halfway home. Get Home Terry up the rail. To his outside, Edge of the World, the challenger. Bet the Bull is third. Arnold the Paperboy moving fourth. 59-1 the half. Starship Glide takes over fifth. Now in sixth is J.J. Patrick. Hardy Mill Joe seventh. Then My Ambrose and a Rusty Riley on the outside. The three quarters coming next. Edge of the World, the leader. 3 high. Here's Starship Glide up to take over second. Racing from third, that's Get Home Terry. Fourth is Arnold the Paperboy. The three quarters in 1:29.2 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Edge of the World at the rail. To his outside, Starship Glide comes on. Then in third, Get Home Terry. Down the stretch they come. Starship Glide. Here is the Adam Murder grand slam to close it out. Second, that'll go to Edge of the World. Bet the Bull came back on for third. And the time for the mile to wrap it up in 1:58.4. There goes the inquiry sign now in the 15th. Judges' inquiry underway. Retain your tickets.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 15th race finale. Get Home Terry went to the front, then released Bet the Bull. Bet the Bull was on the front, then he released Edge of the World. And in deep stretch here, you're seeing Starship Glide get up to win for Adam Murner's fourth win tonight. 1:58.4. That's his first win of the season in his first start of 2025. And that is his 11th lifetime win. Edge of the World in there for second. Up for third, that's the 5, Bet the Bull. 3:15 unofficially in the 15th race. Under an inquiry. Hold all tickets.
The judges' inquiry in the 15th race involves the conduct after the opening half mile. Adam Murner opened it up, the program, on this Tuesday night. He'll close her down here in the 15th with his fourth winner of the night for the quadruple Starship Glide. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Control the Moment from the American Ideal Dam, American Chocolate. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springville. Bred by Claude Poirier. Trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner's fourth of the night. The mile in 1:58 and 4. Starship Glide and the Murder Grand Slam in the Super High Five. Now, the results of the judges' inquiry in the 15th, racing officials deemed that number 2, J.J. Patrick, interfered with number 6, Hardy Mill Joe, just after the opening half mile. With number 6 finishing ahead of number 2, there's no placings required. Here's the official results in the 15th. Edge of the World was second. J.J. Patrick 7th. Starship Glide, the race winner. Get Home Terry was 4th. Bet the Bull 3rd. Hardy Mill Joe finished 5th. My Ambrose was 9th. Rusty Riley finished 8th. Arnold the Paper Boy was 6th. The fractions went 29 and 1, 59 and 1, 129 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 4. In review, it's 271, 435, 986. Starship Glide at 280, the Exactor 440, the Triactor 8830, the Late Daily Double 13 90, and the super high 5 yet to be posted. That's going to wrap up our live presentation on this night here in Summerside. Tonight's par mutual handle went $86,054. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.